This will be second call for Class 1 breeding goats. Second call, Class 1 breeders, 0 to 12 months of age. Got somebody can sing. All of them. Okay, well, good to see you. Get a mic, get it to you. Mic test. Hello, hello. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please turn your attention to the center of the ring. We've got some young people that are going to pray over the show, and then we're going to do our national anthem. We only have one microphone this morning for a while, so I'm going to hand it down to the young ladies down in the arena, and we will go from there. So please rise and remove your cover.
Please bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and for bringing all these family, friends, and community together. Lord, we ask for your grace over this show. We ask for your patience. Fulfill us with kindness and grace. Lord, we thank you for the day, and we thank you for all the kids, the hard work, the dedication that they will be able to show today in this arena. Lord, we ask for fairness, respectfulness, and just kindness over everything. God, we put everything in your name, and in Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Please stay standing for the national anthem. By the dawn's light, what so proudly hailed at the twilight's last
Thank you to our Queen and Princess Court and ambassadors. We appreciate that. Welcome to the 2026 Hays County Goat Show. Our Class 1 breeders is ready to go. This will be first call for second class breeding does, ranging in age from 13 months and up. First call, Class 2 breeders. We have 7 entries in Class 1 breeding goats. 7 entries. These doe kids are ranging up to 12 months of age. This will be second call for Class 2 breeding does, aging in age 13 months and up. Second call, Class 2 breeding does.
Well, good morning. I think heck of a way to get started here today as we have the first class of our breeding doe show. Certainly a class winner. I'm a big fan of that one in terms of her type and kind, a goat that's so wide and dimensional all the way through, and yet still props up with a really attractive and great look there from the profile. I like that one's structure. I like her body density. I like her handling qualities as well. I think a closer decision here between 2 and 3. Those goats are more similar in terms of type and kind. They're both really extended up ahead of their shoulder, really level down their top line and good out of their hip. Both of those, I think, comparatively to our class winner, can be a little wider, a little stouter all the way through. I thought the young lady's Cape-fronted doe came with just a bit more substance at the ground, a little more feature down low. We get in behind those does, and again, I think both of them are not quite as wide as our class winner. This one obviously has a little more age and a little more weight on her, but I still thought she had just a shot more to her when we get on to 3/4. One coming in 3 is really attractive, propped up. A young lady does a good job getting her presented, and I think she has the advantage of this pair in terms of just shape and expression down her top, and I think handling quality leans her direction. In motion is probably my biggest issue with that doe. She just gets a little more forward in the angle of her shoulder and her knee, and as we work towards the ground, just not quite as much substance there underneath her. One really extra stout doe lands here in 4, and I think compared to the ones down the line, she's just got a lot more ribs, she's got a lot more width, a lot more dimension, and I like all those things about her. She doesn't really want to cooperate for the young man, and so she doesn't show herself off the best here from the profile, but I still think relative to those first 3, she's just not as neat in how she ties her neck into her shoulder, not quite as level from their back. A great top 4 and a good class there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This will be third and final call for Class 2 breeding goats. Third and final call for Class 2 breeding goats. Results of Class 1. 7th place, Gwendolyn Eckert from Wimberley 4-H. 6th place, Julie Medlock, Dripping Springs, FFA. 5th place, Brooke Daisy, Jack Hayes, FFA. 4th place, Trent Henry, Dripping Springs 4-H. 3rd place, Megan Hernandez, Buda 4-H. 2nd place, Rory Srendanovich, Dripping Springs FFA. And your class winner of Class 1, Morgan Hernandez, Buda 4-H Club. We will now have Class 2 entering the ring. Upon completion of Class 2, we will have the drive for the Grand Champion breeding doe. Our Grand Champion breeding doe buckle is sponsored today by Austin Outline, Sherry and Dennis Bowles. We appreciate their support. Tell them thank you if you see them. The Reserve Champion breeding doe buckle is donated by Hernandez Burgos, Anthony and Sonia Hernandez.
check, check.
Mic test, 1, 2. Out of Class 1 in the breeding goats, we will need Morgan Hernandez back to the pen. And we will need Rory Sredanovich back in the Grand Champion drive at the conclusion of this.
Certainly a class here with just a little bit more challenge, and yet still I think one on the top end that just offers the most positives in terms of her balance and her design from the profile. We put our hands on them, and a lot of people don't like necessarily handling breeding does, but I think it's important. I think it's relevant. She's got the most muscle shape up high, and so I think that combination allows her to go ahead and start. And if we're being critical, she could be just a little bit bigger in her pin set. She could be a little bit fatter and smoother all the way through, but I think that's an awful nice doe to start with. The one that comes in too, I think, has the advantage in terms of just depth and softness of her body. And when we get right behind the goats and watch them go away, I love her width, and as she progresses all the way to the ground, just stays really square in terms of her hock set. I like that doe's balance still from the profile. She's not quite as elite looking as our class winner, and she gives up some shape and expression up high. One coming in 3, I like this goat initially from the profile, and especially in motion. She collects herself really well. Good in terms of her top line. I like her feet and legs and how she utilizes them right there at the ground. A doe that needs to have a little more shape when we come in and handle, we get in behind those goats, and she too needs to be a little wider and square as she goes right away from you. Young lady rounds out our top 4 here, has one with some good parts and pieces. I love that doe's neck attachment and the top side of her shoulder. I want to make her stronger and leveler behind it. She wants to get just a little bit too loose in terms of her top line. I still thought that her hip and her rear leg structure was an improvement over the doe that comes in 5th in this lineup. But a good goat there and a good class of them. Please congratulate all those exhibitors.
Results of Class 2 breeding goats. 6th place, Gwendolyn Eckert. 5th place, Rylan Stradanovich from Dripping Springs. Gwendolyn is from Wimberley 4-H. 4th place, Ruby Vance from Wimberley 4-H. 3rd place, Clayton Doyle from Dripping Springs 4-H. 2nd place goes to Riley Coco from West San Marcos 4-H. And your class winner out of Class 2, Morgan Hernandez from Buda 4-H. At this time, we will bring the Class 1 winners. Morgan Hernandez. 2nd place, Class 1, Rory Stradanovich. Out of Class 2, we will have Morgan Hernandez, the winner, and Riley Coco in 2nd. Come back to the ring for the Grand Champion Breeding Goat Drive. This will be first call, Class 1 market goats. First call, Class 1 market goats.
Certainly a lot of quality in our breeding show here, and maybe not the most in terms of numbers, but I think the top end certainly speaks for itself in terms of how good these does are. Certainly that first class winner hit me hard initially. I really like that doe's width and her body shape. Love her handling quality as well, and she still props up and gives you that look and moves how she's supposed to. I thought the Cape fronted doe that was second to her was really good in terms of her feature, really good at the ground, very flexible in terms of her feet and legs, and I love that doe's top line and how she collects herself in motion. For her to be a little skinnier and a little bit narrower relative to our class winner out of that class, she's still really big up high in terms of her loin edge, and I think still has a lot of width when we get in behind her. One that wins our second class here, one that's really pretty in how she puts herself together from the side, extra long bodied, really extended in terms of her shoulder. I wish that doe was just a little bit softer through her middle. I wish she was a little stouter from behind. I wish she was a little bigger legged. And I think when we get her out and move her and compare her to those first two goats out of the first class, I wish she was just a little bit more relaxed in her angles and traveled just a little bit more comfortably. Red doe that was second to her is extra bulky, extra stout, really dense, and I like those things about her, and I think she still balances pretty good from the profile. Not quite as good in terms of her shape and expression and touch down her top side, but a good doe there to be in too. For me today, I think my two favorites both came out of that first class. Those two young ladies will be our champion in reserve.
Your grand champion breeding doe goes to Morgan Hernandez. And reserve goes to Rory Srodanovich. Congratulations, exhibitors. This will be second call, Class 1 market goats. Second call, Class 1 market goats. Nora Vance. Nora Vance, Wimberley 4-H. We need you for Class 1 market goats. Nora Vance. Once again, our Grand Champion Breeding Doe buckle today was sponsored by Austin Outlines, Sherry and Dennis Bowles. The Reserve Champion Breeding Doe buckle was sponsored by Hernandez Boar Goats, Anthony and Sonia Hernandez. We thank them very much for their sponsorship. You can't do it without these sponsors, folks. You gotta have them to provide these prizes for these young people, and we appreciate it greatly. This will be first call, Class 2 market goats. First call, Class 2 market goats. In Class 1, we have 9 entries, ranging in weight from 60 to 65 pounds. This will be second call, Class 2 market goats. Second call, Class 2 market goats.
Pretty big class here of the lightweights, and I think there's some goats in this class that look like they were meant to be this size, and some of them that look like they just need a little more time and a little more cover and a little more eating program to get with it and to match just the mass and dimension that these top four have. Of this group, I think we could all be a little picky on structure, but quite frankly, as lightweight goats, they're all acceptable enough for me in terms of how they're built. We're not going to spend too much time discussing that. I thought the young man's goat up front, his name is Nugget, and I feel like that's very appropriate to that one's type and kind. He is a little nugget, but he is all there. He is very solid. Wide constructed, round bodied, really shapely when you put your hands on him. He does a good job getting him presented, and I think specifically the front third of his body props up with a little better look than the one that comes two in the lineup. Young man's goat here in second. I think that one maybe is just a little bit better in terms of her hip and her rear leg design when we get her out and move her. But with that said, when we back off on the profile, she's not quite as neat in the top side of her shoulder, not quite as good in how she ties in down her top line as what we see in our class winner. That's a good pair of them that kind of match each other in terms of width and muscle. Young lady's doe kid in 3 sure is hard to handle. She is just giving her all she wants today, and I appreciate how hard she's working at it and still kind of has a smile on her face, so she's doing a great job. That doe has an attitude problem, but she is really wide, very good bodied. She's got more softness and she's got more shape and expression of muscle than the one that comes next. And I wish we could make her a little sounder up front, but she's still really wild looking for one that size. Young lady's cape-fronted one that rounds out our top 4. When we get her stuck from the profile, she is incredibly long and incredibly level. Love her extension. I, too, want to make her just a little bit sounder as well. And I thought relative to those first 3, we needed a little bit more center. We need a little bit more rib shape and a little bit more depth as we work back to her flank. A very good class of them, though. Congratulations to all those kiddos.
This will be last call, third and final call for Class 2 market goats. Third and final call, Class 2 market goats. Results of Class 1 market goats. 9th place goes to Payson Hill from Wimberley 4-H. 8th place, Austin with the Pathfinders from Dripping Springs 4-H Club. 7th place, Gregory with the Pathfinders from Dripping Springs 4-H Club. 6th place, Kaylin Randig, Wimberley 4-H. 5th place, Eric with the Pathfinders group from Dripping Springs 4-H. 4th place, Nora Vance, Wimberley 4-H. Your 3rd place winner, Whitley Henry from Dripping Springs 4-H. 2nd place winner, Gilbert Sandoval from Wimberley 4-H. And your class winner out of Class 1 Market Goats, Barrett Hunt from Wimberley 4-H Booster Club. Congratulations. We'll see 1st and 2nd place back in the division drive at the conclusion of Class 3. Class 2 will be entering the ring. We've got 7 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 68 to 72. At the conclusion of Class 3 Market Goats, we will have the winners, 1st and 2nd place winners out of Class 1, 2, and 3, back in the ring for the Division Champion and Reserve Division Champion drive. That will be at the conclusion of Class 3. This will be first call for Class 3 market goats. First call, Class 3 market goats. This will be second call, Class 2 or Class 3 market goats. Second call, Class 3 market goats.
This class is a little unique in the sense that I think the best two goats are quite possibly the worst in terms of their attitude, and they're really hard to get presented and get a good look at them. The longer we fight with them, I think the young lady's doe kid up front just needs to go ahead and start. That one is the widest chested. She's the roundest bodied. She handles the best up high, and I think her feet and legs still work well enough when we get her out and ask her to go around the ring. We just want her to act better. We want her to present herself a little better here from the profile. She's not quite as long neck, not quite as long bodied as the goat we have coming in too. Young lady's weather here, again, a little bit of an attitude problem, but when we do get him put together from the side, he props up and runs uphill good. He's really extended in terms of his neck. We put our hands on him, and I think that goat's just a little rounder in terms of his loin edge. He's a little flatter in his forerib to me than the goat we have in front of him. Just want to make those two things a little better about that guy. The one coming in 3 and young man's doe here in 4, I thought that was a close pair, and I go back and forth between them. Eventually I landed on this one because I thought she was just a little bit rounder bodied, and I preferred her hip and her rear leg standing still to the one that comes in 4. Both those does are wide enough through their chest floor. They both handle with some width up high. I thought that was the biggest difference between the two. Young man's paint doe just needs to be a little longer and leveler out of her hip. She needs to use her hock just a little bit better, but a goat that props up with, again, a good look, and both of those still handle with some shape. A good class here. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
This will be third and final call for Class 3. Third and final call for Class 3 market goats. Your results of Class 2. 7th place, Clayton Plumley, Buda 4-H. 6th place, Hasten Hill, Wimberley 4-H. 5th place, Ruby Vance, Wimberley 4-H. 4th place, Zachariah with Pathfinders from Dripping Springs 4-H. 3rd place, Alex with Pathfinders from Dripping Springs 4-H. Your 2nd place winner, Jory Myers from Dripping Springs FFA. And your class winner out of Class 2 from Wimberley 4-H, Mia Castro. Congratulations, winners. We'll see 1st and 2nd back in the division drive at the conclusion of Class 3. Class 3 is now entering the ring. We have 8 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 73 to 79 pounds. We will need 1st and 2nd place back out of Class 2. That will be Mia Castro and Jory Myers. Back to the check-in gate, please, for the division drive at the conclusion of Class 3.
By far and away, I think the easiest thing to do in this class is to land on the young lady's paint goat to go ahead and start. I think, again, when we get in front of them or behind them, either way, this one is definitely the widest constructed all the way through. He's got the most back shape and expression when we come in and handle him. And I'm still okay with that one's balance and his look. And especially when we get in behind him and we watch him walk away, that one's definitely the best in terms of his pin set, his squareness, and all the way to the ground. That goat just stays really true. As easy as it is, I think, to start that weather, I think it's just as easy to keep this young man's doe in two. Again, I think similar to our class winner in terms of width and body shape, she's a little hard to show. She maybe doesn't want to come together and present herself quite as well. But I do think she's probably a tad longer bodied and longer out of her hip than the young lady's goat that starts our class. I thought relative to her, though, we needed to be a little bit wider, a little bit denser all the way through. Still a good goat, I think, to land in two. The one that comes in three has some parts and pieces that we really like and we want to push up in the class, and then we got some other issues that we need to correct. I think this young lady's goat is really good and tall at the top side of his shoulder. When we get him put together, he's got a good balance and an attractive kind of look. I love his stoutness and his feature down low. We get in behind him or we get in front of him, that goat still needs to be wider all the way through. He reads too flat to me in his forerib, and I think certainly compared to those first two, that goat just needs to be a little rounder all the way, and we could certainly run him up just a little bit. Young ladies, though, that rounds out our top four is awesome to the touch. I love her shape and expression, and her handling quality is phenomenal. Relative to those first three, again, she reads a little flat in her forerib. She's got to have more depth and softness here through her flank, and I like to fix her off either end structurally and just make her a little bit more comfortable. But a good class, and congratulations to all those kiddos.
Results of Class 3. 8th place, Yoshio from Pathfinders, Dripping Springs 4-H. 7th place, Eli Bentley from Wimberley 4-H. 6th place, Clayton Plumley, Buda 4-H. 5th place, Cord Randig, Wimberley 4-H. 4th place, Audrey Wilkes from Dripping Springs 4-H. 3rd place, Gracie Locke from Wimberley 4-H. 2nd place, Devin from Pathfinders, Dripping Springs 4-H. And your class winner out of Class 3, Lillian Sandoval, Wimberley 4-H. We will now have our drive for the Division I champion and reserve champion. We will be bringing Division I winner Barrett Hunt, Division II winner Mia Castro, and Class 3 winner Lillian Sandoval back into the ring for the Division I consideration. Out of Class 1, we will bring Gilbert Sandoval, second place winner. Out of Class 2, we will bring Jovi Meyer, second place winner out of Class 2. And out of Class 3, we will have Devin from Pathfinders in the ring for your Division I champion drive. This will be first call for Class 4. First call, Class 4 market goats. Your Division I champion belt buckle today is presented and sponsored by Cunningham Orthodontics. Your reserve Division I is sponsored by B. Henry Pest Control. We thank those sponsors. Y'all give them a big thank you if you see them or talk to them. We appreciate their sponsorships.
Well, certainly a very deep and competitive lightweight division here, and I thought it was kind of funny when they came in because these first three class winners I think look very similar in terms of type and kind, and we could make them just a little bit better looking and we could make them sounder certainly, but I think when we go back to the basics, just width and muscle shape, I thought these three were the best in each of their classes. And I think of the group out here on the front line, there's one to me that fits together just a little bit in terms of balance and symmetry. I think there's one that's just a little bit better in that regard, probably one that's just a little more comfortable as well when we get out and ask them to move. I'll select your champion and then we'll look again for reserve. Please congratulate this young lady out of Class 3.
Your champion Division I goat goes to Lillian Sandoval out of Class 3, and that will move Devin from the Pathfinders group up to consideration for reserve champion.
We bring in the young man second place doe, and I think she's probably a little longer bodied, a little longer necked relative to our first two class winners. But when I go back to just which one kind of hit me the hardest initially in terms of just chest width and body shape, I like the young man's Weather out of Class 1 to go ahead and be reserved.
Reserve champion Division I goes to Barrett Hunt out of Class 1. Congratulations, winners. This will be second call for Class 4 market goats. Second call, Class 4. Last call, Class 4 market goats. Last call, Class 4 market goats. Yeah, just okay, Class 4 is complete. We have 8 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 80 to 83 pounds. This will be first call, Class 5 market goats. First call, Class 5. This will be second call, Class 5 market goats. Second call, Class 5. Who is it?
I think a really nice pair of does up on the top end of this class, a pair of them that are both structurally correct and really functional in terms of their feet and legs, a pair that are still really wide constructed and still have plenty of muscle and handling quality. Of the two, the young man's doe from the side just props up so much leveler down her top line and out of her hip, really extended up ahead of her shoulder. She's still shallow enough through her chest floor. I like that doe a little bit better standing still relative to the one that comes in too. Young lady's goat in second is really wide, really stout. I love that one's touch. And in motion, she collects herself just a little bit better, I'd say, than she does on the standstill. But when we get her stopped and planted and compare her to our class winner, just got to be a leveler there at the top of her shoulder, got to be a little more extended in that regard relative to the one that wins. I thought 3 and 4 was a little bit closer of a decision, and I like the young lady's goat in third because not only is he big and shapely and really aggressive in terms of his handle, but he's still very square and wide as we go towards the ground. Relative to those first two, I wanted to see him bolder in terms of his forerib, a little wider right through the center of his chest floor. The one that comes next, I like that one's kind, and I like his balance and his lines and his symmetry just a little bit better. And in motion, I think that goat, when he goes at the right speed and kind of acts correctly, he really shows that off. When we get him behind this top four, though, he's the narrowest out of his pin set. He's the flattest in terms of his forerib. Want to make him just a bit more shapely up high as well. Good class of them there, an awesome pair up top. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
This will be last call for Class 5 market goats. Last call for Class 5 market goats. Results of Class 4. 8th place, Zuri Peterson, Dripping Springs FFA. 7th place, Heidi Bentley, Wimberley 4-H. 6th place, Lillian Sandoval, Wimberley 4-H. 5th place, Sarah Lamb, Dripping Springs FFA. 4th place, Marley Dion, Johnson FFA. 3rd place, Jewel Locke, Wimberley 4-H. 2nd place, Mia Castro, Wimberley 4-H. And your class winner out of Class 4 Market Goats, Trace Hunt, Wimberley 4-H. Congratulations. We have Class 5 entering the ring at this time. We have 7 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 84 to 86 pounds. This will be first call, Class 6 market goats. First call, Class 6, Market Goats. This will be second call, Class 6, Market Goats. Second call, Class 6.
think a fun class here and an interesting group of them to sort through. I told the young man in 5 there really isn't a whole lot wrong with that goat. He just runs into some with a few more extreme pieces here on the top end of this class, and I think a goat we need to lead out with, especially from the profile in terms of how he fits together, the top side of that one's shoulder, his neck attachment, his levelness from there back, and I think his most unique portion in this class is just how flat and smooth he lays his shoulder on his body, stays really elevated in his chest floor. We get in front of that goat and he's still pried apart and he's still wide enough, still very round and appropriate in his center body. I like that one's handling quality the best out of this group as well. I'm okay with his movement, especially if we stay on the side. When we get him behind that goat, I really wish we could square him up and where he places his hock as he goes right away from you. Probably need to make him just a little bit bigger in his pin set as well, but especially standing still and especially from the profile, I think that one needs to go ahead and start. Just as easy as I think we start that one, I think we land on this one in 2. I love that one's ruggedness, his stoutness of feature. He too is like our class winner, wide through his chest floor, round in his body shape. He handles with the next most amount of dimension of muscle. It's not as expressive, it's not as shapely as what we see in that class winner. And when we get here on the side, his neck, his shoulder, especially the point of it, and right out of his hip, all needs to be a little bit more attractive in order to run with that first one, but a very good goat that lands in 2. I think 3 and 4 is awful close, and I'm not here to tell you, I guess, which one's necessarily better. I think we land on the 1 and 3 today because I like that one's width. I like his body shape. I like his handling quality. And I think from the side, even though he's a little deeper, I think he still balances better than the one that comes in 4. We get out and ask him to go. He's a little too steep out of his hip. I want him to see him just a little looser and freer on how he uses his rear leg, but a good goat there that stands in 3. The one that comes 4 is washed and waxed and just ready to roll. I like that one, how he's presented. He is super long-necked. He's really tall-shouldered, incredibly long-bodied, and all those things I think work to his advantage at times, and at other times it makes him look worse. If he's not driving just perfect, he looks like he's too easy in his top line. He's got to have a lot more middle, a lot more fill, I think, to match in just how much length and extension he has. He still handles with some shape, but we get him behind him, and he's just not as wide all the way through as what we see in those first 3 goats. A very good class, though. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This will be last call, 3rd and last call for Class 6 market goats. Results of Class 5. 7th place, Audrey Wilkes, Dripping Springs 4-H. 6th place, Marco with Pathfinders from Dripping Springs 4-H. 5th place, Trace Hunt, Wimberley 4-H. 4th place, Dylan Lee, Dripping Springs FFA. 3rd place, Brooke Daisy, Jack C. Hayes FFA. Your 2nd place winner, Sarah Lamb, Dripping Springs FFA. And your class winner out of Class 5 is Morgan Hernandez from Buda 4-H. Congratulations, winners. Class 6 will be entering the ring now. We have 8 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 87 to 90 pounds. At the conclusion of Class 6, we will have our Division II champion and reserve champion drive. So we'll need the 1st and 2nd place winners out of Class 4, 5, and 6 back in the ring. We need Grace Hunt out of Class 4 and Mia Castro out of Class 4. And we need Morgan Hernandez out of Class 5 and Sarah Lamb out of Class 5 back to the staging area for the Division II drive at the conclusion of Class 6.
Another good class, and I think a really nice pair on the top end of this class. Very different in terms of type and kind, honestly. They don't fit together very well, but I think they're both good goats. One we use, I think, is just a little more fresh and youthful in every regard, to the touch and on the handle and his underline especially. I think everything is just really unique about that one. And when we ask him to go, I like the angle to his shoulder and his knee. I like his hip and his hock just a bit better than the one we land in too. Both those goats come with enough width. They both come with enough body shape. They both handle appropriately. I just like that one's youthfulness, his elevated look there from the profile. The one coming in two, one thing I like about this goat is how he drops down on his rear end and runs uphill from the side. Young lady does a good job presenting him in that way. His handling quality is very good as well, really wide to the touch and still very fresh up high. We get out and go, and I wish he would just use his hip and his rear leg a little bit better. He's steeper in that regard. He's got plenty of bend to his hock. He doesn't want to travel with it quite as usefully as what we see in our class winner. I want to lay him back just a little bit up front as well, but I thought those goats were both very good, just a little bit different in terms of their type and kind. One coming in 3, when we get her to go, I think that one's the most appropriate in terms of her build. She's really loose and functional. When we get in behind the Livestock, she's still wide enough and she's still square enough, specifically in her hock relative to the one behind her, to go ahead and stay in 3. Relative to those first 2, we need more goat. We need more width. We need more body shape. We need a little bit more muscle up high. The 1 in 4 does have that. He's a little bigger over his loin edge. He's a little wider over his rack than the one right in front of him. For me, I want to see him better balanced right behind his shoulder and out of his hip. When we get out and go and we get him behind the goats, I really want him to be square in terms of where he places his hock. But a good class, a good top 4, and I think an awful nice top pair. Please congratulate all these exhibitors.
This will be first call, Class 7 market goats. First call, Class 7. At this time, we will bring the first and second place goats back out of Class 4, 5, and 6 for the Division 2 champion and reserve champion drive. Results of Class 6. 8th place, Emma Stiles, West San Marcos 4-H. 7th place, Alice Woolery, Jack C. Hayes, FFA. 6th place, Vaughn from Pathfinders, Dripping Springs 4-H. 5th place, Jack from Pathfinders, Dripping Springs 4-H. 4th place, Lillian Sandoval from Wimberley 4-H. 3rd place, Ruby Vance from Wimberley 4-H. 2nd place, Megan Hernandez out of Buda 4-H, and your class winner, Kellen Embry, Dripping Springs FFA. This time we have out of Class 4, we have Trace Hunt. Out of Class 5, we have Morgan Hernandez. And out of Class 6, we have Kellen Embry in contention for the Division 2 champion. Second place out of Class 4 was Mia Castro. Second place out of Class 5 is Sarah Lamb, Dripping Springs FFA. And second place out of Class 6, Megan Hernandez, Buda 4-H. This will be second call for Class 7. Second call, Class 7 market goats to the holding stage area, please.
We have a good set of goats out of our middleweight division, and I have bad timing. I don't know what to say. Out of that first I think a good pair of doe kids there. And one on the front line we talked about in class just comes with a little bit better look, especially from the profile, better in terms of her top line, and her lines come together a little better. I like that one's balance a shot better than the young lady's doe that was sent 2. Out of that second class, I think a winner on the front side here that I like how that one runs uphill. He's good at the top side of his shoulder. His neck length and extension are really nice. Relative to a few others, I think we could stretch him out and make him just a little longer bodied all the way through. That one's touch and handling quality is really good, and I think to be commended in this particular group. And still, I think when we get off either end of him, I wish we were just a little bit square in terms of his knee and square in his hock as we go right away from you. That goat's real big up high. I just want him to stay a little bit bigger as he goes all the way to the ground. Goat that was second to him, very good in terms of his body shape, good in terms of his width, really rugged at the ground, not quite as smooth in terms of his hip and out of his tail set there, not quite as smooth at the point of his shoulder, but a good goat out of that second class. And our last class we just got done discussing, I think an awful nice pair of goats, and one on the front end I thought initially just a lot fresher. I like that goat's elevation through his chest floor, his underline balance, and just how everything fits together, especially in motion. I like how that goat collects himself. We put our hands on him, he's just as fresh up high and really good to the touch. And I think he's probably, to me, of the group, just the truest and most genuine underneath and at the ground on the surface relative to the other goats that I'm comparing him against. And I'll be honest, it's the young lady out of class 2 and the young lady that was second there out of class 3. I think those are the 3 goats really the most in contention. Young lady's second place, very similar to our class winner out of class 2 in terms of type and kind. Both those goats run uphill. They both have a good neck attachment. Both of them, I think, could be just a shot wider at the ground. They could be a little bit better about their knee set and how they use their hip and hock in motion. So with that said, I think it gets pretty close, and there's one that probably suits me just a little bit better in type and kind. And then for reserve, I think one that handles just a little bit better relative to the other one. Young lady out of class 3 will have your champion. Young lady out of class 2 will have your reserve.
Division 2 champion goes to Kellen Embry, Dripping Springs FFA. Your reserve champion out of Division 2 goes to Morgan Hernandez, Buda 4-H. Congratulations. We'll see those 2 goats back in the Grand Champion Drive. This will be last call for Class 7 market goats. Last call, Class 7 market goats. Class 7 is entering the ring at this time. We have 8 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 91 to 96 pounds. This will be first call for Class 8. First call, Class 8 market goats. Our Division 2 champion belt buckle today was sponsored by West San Marcos Dove Hunt Foundation. West San Marcos Dove Hunt Foundation. We appreciate that sponsorship for that Division 2 champion buckle. Our reserve Division 2 champion buckle was donated by Ben and Terry Brown. Thanks to Ben and Terry, we appreciate their support. This will be second call. Class 8, market goats. Second call, Class 8, market goats.
Another good class here. I think an interesting pair on the top end. I kind of go back and forth. I think both of them have some things that are class advantages, and both of them have some things we just need to fix in them. And so ultimately I land on one I think collects himself better standing still from the profile. I think young lady gets that one put together, and his levelness from the top side of his shoulder all the way out through his tail set is just a little bit better relative to the goat that lands in two. We get him behind those goats, and he's just not as deep in his twist. He's not as bulky, stifled to stifle as what we see in that second one, but his forerib is still round. His touch is still good. Relative to that second place goat, he's actually a bit fresher and flatter over the edges of his loin, and I like that about him. When we get him out and move him, he's not quite as smooth. He's not quite as collected in his top line. I think the goat in 2 actually has that advantage in motion, and I think he looks better in motion than he usually does on the brace. I think he's just a little harder to put together. When we get him to collect himself and he runs uphill, that goat's got a neat, very well balanced look. He's a little bulkier in his center body. He's got a little more depth and softness back to his flank, and I think that helps him and works to his advantage. We put our hands on him extra big and extra groovy about his rack shape. To me, he's not quite as fresh, not quite as wide right in the edges of his loin, but he does have that extra shot of stifle, that extra shot of leg. I think that's a close pair. I go back and forth between both of them, very good stock. Another close pair between 3 and 4, and of the yellow-headed doe kids, I thought the young lady's front 2/3 fit together just a little bit better. That goat comes with a little more width in terms of her forerib. She is a little bigger backed and fresher up high relative to the 1 and 4, and I thought we just needed to make her a little better out of her pin set, and she wants to kind of plane out from behind. If we could fix her rear leg and rear design just a little bit, that's a very competitive goat. One that lands in 4, I prefer her moving around the ring. I like the set to her hip and her hock just a shot better. A really neat and attractive kind of doe kid. She needs a handle with a little more shape compared to these top 3. But a good group of them there, a very good top pair. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
This will be third and final call for Class 8 market goats. Third and final call for Class 8. Results of Class 7. 8th place, Trace Hunt, Wimberley 4-H. 7th place, Ryan Chavez, Buda 4-H. 6th place, Gilbert Sandoval, Wimberley 4-H. 5th place, Luke Locke, Wimberley 4-H. 4th place, Barrett Hunt, Wimberley 4-H. 3rd place, Marley Dion, Johnson FFA. 2nd place, Barrett Collins, Dripping Springs 4-H Club. And your class winner out of Class 7 market goats goes to Kellen Embry, Dripping Springs FFA. We will see those 1st and 2nd place goats back in the Division 3 drive. This time, Class 8 is in the ring. We have 9 entries in this class, ranging from 97 to 103 pounds. This will be first call for Class 9 market goats. First call, Class 9. This will be second call, Class 9 Market Goats. Second call, Class 9.
In motion, I think specifically you gravitate to the young man's black-headed, cape-fronted goat up front. And I think when we just back off on the side of him, that's the one that balances and proportions the most like a show goat needs to. I like that he's still tucked up in his chest floor, and a lot of them at this size and weight are starting to get just a little bit too deep, a little bit too plain in their look. He still has a good balance look from the profile, and we get in and put our hands on him. He couples that with some width and some handling quality and some shape right in behind his shoulder. Young lady's goat in 2, I think, is just a little too full, and that distracts from how attractive that goat is. He is not too fat. He's not too soft to the touch. He's just a little too big in terms of his middle, and I think that makes him look just a little plainer and a little bit deeper relative to our class winner. That goat is still really big out of his pin set. He's still very dimensional from behind, still has a big loin edge laid in him. I think for a goat with that much width from behind, he's still pretty good about his neck attachment. Just want to clean him up in the lower third of his body, make him a little more appropriate there. One coming in 3 that is real long-bodied, real good necked, and a little bit more shapely up high. And I like that goat's touch and handling quality very good. We get in front of him or right behind him, I want to make him just a little wider all the way through. He's still leveler down his top line and out of his hip than the young man's weather that rounds out our top 4. Want to make this guy just a little longer and smoother there out of his hip. Want to make him leveler right behind his shoulder. He still matches these first 3 in terms of width and dimension up high, just not quite as attractive down his top line there. Good class of them. Please congratulate those exhibitors for doing a good job.
This will be third and final call for Class 9. Third and final call, Class 9 Market Goats. Results of Class 8. 9th place, Stone Cheshire, Wimberley 4-H. 8th place, Jacob Steffen, Dripping Springs FFA. 7th place, Maddox Peterson, Dripping Springs FFA. 6th place, Dallas Jones, Dripping Springs FFA. 5th place, Rylan Stradanovich from Dripping Springs FFA. 4th place, Lawson Henry, Dripping Springs 4-H. 3rd place, Emma Stiles, San Marcos FFA. 2nd place, Joyce Green, Dripping Springs FFA. And your class winner out of Class 8, Trent Henry from Dripping Springs 4-H. At this time, Class 9 has entered the ring. There are 7 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 106 to 120 pounds. At the conclusion of Class 9, we will have the Division III champion drive. We will need first and second place goats back out of Class 7 and 8, along with Class 9. We need Kellen Embry and Barrett Collins out of Class 7 to report to the staging area. And we need Trent Henry and Joyce Green to report out of Class 8 to the staging area for the Division 3 drive, please.
Good class of the heavyweights here, young lady. Turn that. Oh, to the side. There we go. I certainly think of this group, there's one that certainly matches the best in terms of just freshness and handling quality. This goat up front fits together the best in motion, and standing still gives you a really attractive kind of look. We put our hands on him, and he's by far the best touching in terms of fresh shape, and expression is good, and yet still not too soft in his forerib, not too stale. A really nice place to start in this class of heavyweights. One that follows him, I think, pretty closely in terms of type and kind. This goat's tall-shouldered, he's good-necked, he's long-bodied. Both of those are really level down their top line and out of their hip. Both of those goats are really comfortable in motion relative to the two that come next. And I like their width going away, and I like their squareness going away. Young man, second place, not quite as big in his feature, not quite as rugged at the ground, but a good goat there to stand in too. I think a close pair between 3 and 4. Both of these goats have some class advantages. Both of them have some problems. I like the young man's goat standing still, just how good necked that one is. He's really tall at the top side of his shoulder. He's still tucked up in terms of his chest floor, lays his shoulder on his body really neatly and smoothly. I like those things about him. When we put our hands on him, he's the stalest and the plainest in his touch of the top 4. We need to make him just a shot more expressive. We need to make him fresher right in behind his shoulder. And relative to the goat in front of him, he's got to be a little leveler right down his top line. He's got to use his hip and his hock just a bit more appropriately. The goat coming in 4, I think, has the class advantage in terms of just chest width. He is so rugged and stout featured at the ground. He's really bold in the center portion of his body. For me, that one's a little too far done in terms of his condition, and his finish is just getting a little too much. And when we get him behind that goat and watch him track away, we just got to make him squarer and better in how he uses his hock. He needs to be a lot better out of his loin edge as well relative to the first 3. A good class, and I think a good pair up front. Please congratulate all those exhibitors.
Results of Class 9 market goats. 7th place, Eve Conley. 6th place, Eve is from Wimberley 4-H, I'm sorry. 6th place, Rory Sredanovich, Dripping Springs FFA. 5th place, excuse me. 5th place, Ava Pernicerio, Johnson FFA. 4th place, Sydney Hippolito, Dripping Springs FFA. 3rd place, J.W. Hernandez, Buda 4-H. 2nd place, Stone Cheshire, Wimberley 4-H. And your class winner out of Class 9, Eve Conley. At this time, we will have our Division 3 champion drive. Out of Class 7, we will have Kellen Embry. Out of Class 8, we will have class winner Trent Henry. And out of Class 9, we will have class winner Eve Conley. Showing for the champion Division 3. 2nd place goats. Out of Class 7, 2nd place went to Barrett Collins from Dripping Springs 4-H. 2nd place out of Class 8 was Joyce Green, Dripping Springs FFA. And 2nd place out of Class 9, Stone Cheshire from Wimberley 4-H. We will now have the selection of the Division 3 champion. After the selection of that, we will have the reserve champion decided, and then we will have our grand champion overall drive for 2026. We will need Division 1 champion and reserve champion, and Division 2 champion and reserve champion back to the staging area for the grand drive.
Here in our heavyweight division drive, I think certainly a group of goats that are still fresh enough and not too mature in terms of look or their handling quality. I was really impressed that we still had some, even in those big classes, that I think are still very appropriate in terms of how they touch. And I think still there's probably 2 of them that surface in my mind in terms of their quality to their build and their extension and their balance from the profile. I like the 2 out of that first class to go ahead and be your champion in reserve. Please congratulate those kids.
Your champion Division 3 winner goes to Kellen Embry out of Class 7. Reserve champion goes to Barrett Collins out of Class 7. At this time, we will need, out of Division 1, we will have Lillian Sandoval. Division 2 winner is Kellen Embry. And your Division 3 winner, Kellen Embry, will be driving for the grand champion overall. Reserve champions out of Division 1 went to Barrett Hunt from Wimberley 4-H. Reserve champion out of Division 2 is Morgan Hernandez from Buda 4-H. And reserve champion out of Division 3 is Barrett Collins from Dripping Springs 4-H. Those 6 goats will be entering the ring for the consideration of the grand champion overall. Our Division 3 champion buckle today was presented by Jeff and Kim Dodd, and our Reserve Division champion 3 was donated by the Steinecke family. We appreciate their support on these sponsorships. Once again, we are going in for the Grand Champion Drive out of Division 1. We have Lillian Sandoval. Out of Division 2, we have Kellen Embry. And out of Division 3, we also have Kellen Embry. These goats will be driving for the Grand Champion overall. Then we will pull up have consideration for the Reserve Grand Champion overall.
We'll go ahead and discuss our division and reserve champion winners here in our grand drive. I thought excellent quality throughout. In each of the divisions, we have some that surfaced, I think, and were really good in terms of just how they put things together. Out of those lightweights, I like the young lady's paint goat there just for how balanced he was from the profile. I thought he did a good job of combining the essentials of width and muscle shape with still a very balanced, attractive kind of look. He hits me a little sounder than the one that was reserved next to him over there. Young man's nugget goat, really good in terms of his density, really good in terms of his body shape. I love that one's touch, and his handle is very good, just not quite as neat and attractive in how he's built and put together. We shifted gears just a little bit, I think, when we got to that middleweight division, and we have a pair of them, a little different in type and kind, but both of those goats really good and fresh is the word that comes to mind when we view that champion there. Good in terms of his underline balance. I love the top side of his shoulder, his neck attachment. In motion, I think that goat really shows himself off, and I think he has the advantage there at the ground, both coming and going, and just how he sets to the surface is all very good and appropriate. I like a lot of things about that goat. The one that was reserved to him, we could be critical on his knee and his hock just a little bit and want to make him travel just a bit square as he goes all the way down, but so good up high in terms of his handle, extra extra big over his loin edge, and still runs uphill to the top of his shoulder, balances in proportions pretty good, I think, relative to the rest of the goats we saw today. An awful good one there that was reserve in that division. Out of that third division, and they came out of the same class. I thought that was a close pair in class, and I still think that's a close pair now. One on the front side has a bit more length and extension, and I like better standing still and just how everything fits together a little better than the one that was second to him. He, too, I think, hits me a little flatter and smoother over his loin edge, and I like that. Goat that was reserved to him has the advantage, I think, in terms of width going away from you. Just has a little bit bigger leg and a little bit bigger stifle relative to that division champion. But that was a good and a close pair as well. And so before I pick a champion, thank y'all for having me. If you showed a market goat today, I hope you just take it with a grain of salt. That's all it is my opinion. You can roll on down the road to the next county show and you'll get a fresh set of eyes next year and somebody else to show to. But I thought the quality was really good, and I appreciate just the exhibitors and how respectful they were to me and to each other, regardless of where they placed in the class. And so looking forward to showmanship here in a little bit, but please give this group a big round of applause. We'll go out and get you a grand and reserve.
Your 2026 Hayes County Grand Champion Goat goes to Miss Kellen Embry from Dripping Springs, FFA, out of Division II. And your reserve champion overall goes to Morgan Hernandez, also out of Division II. Congratulations to all. We will take probably about a 30-minute break between championship and our showmanship start. About a 30-minute break, so we will be back here at about 12:15. 12:15 we will start showmanship. Our champion, our grand champion overall buckle today was sponsored by Ozona Bank. We appreciate that very much for our grand champion market goat, Ozona Bank. Reserve champion market goat was donated by the Alderson family in memory of Tiny Alderson. We thank the Alderson family for their generous donation. See you about 12:15. All right, this will be first call for senior showmanship. First call, senior showmanship. Make your way to the holding pen. Second call, senior showmanship. Make your way to the ring. As soon as our ring help gets here, we'll get started. I have a ladies' ring turned in up here at the announcer's stand. I don't know just how to describe it. It's a little silver ring. It's not a complete ring. It kind of has a gap in the top side of it with some configuration. So if you've lost a little silver ring, come up here and identify it and we'll get it back to you. This will be third and final call for senior showmanship. If we're ready to go, right, we're ready to roll with the senior showmanship. You seniors, listen up, pay attention to the judge. She'll give you directions, you follow them. Our champion senior showmanship buckle today is sponsored by the Tommy Dodd Memorial Buyers Group. We appreciate their efforts in presenting this showmanship buckle. This will be first call for intermediate showmanship. First call for intermediate showmanship. This will be second call for intermediate showmanship. Second call, intermediate showmanship.
got a big group here in our senior goat showmanship. And I went through and I talked to these kids here on the rail, and we're going to dismiss them here in a minute so we have room to rework this top, however many that is, 6 of them. But really good in terms of depth of quality, and I think a great set of exhibitors. Again, I would give them my compliments just for their attitude and their poise throughout the day. Really appreciate all the efforts that they put into it. If you would, please give them a round of applause as we go out.
be last call for intermediate showmanship. Last call, intermediate showmanship.
I don't technically have to place them, but I did place them. That's 1 through 6 right here in your senior showmanship. Give them a round of applause before we discuss them. I think there's a close pair up front, and then I think the longer we evaluate and the longer we keep going and the longer we keep picking at them, there's the one that comes with just a bit more experience. When it comes down to it, whether a goat's acting perfectly or not, we're quick to get it fixed. We don't ever leave anything laying how it's not supposed to be. It's all rocked back where it needs to be. I love this young lady's confidence, and it's very subtle. It's not over the top. It's not overly aggressive. I just love the poise that she brings to it, and I love how she positions her body, holds that goat's head, controls the head and neck perfectly, whether we're in motion or we got her braced up. She does an incredible job, and I don't have any holes to pick in her today. I thought she was very, very good. I have a few holes to pick in too, and it's very, very minor, but from time to time, and we're comparing to a pretty good showman up front, we need to be a little faster about fixing a few issues, especially when their back leg wants to slide out a little bit. I want to see you go back and fix that leg just like you are now instead of leaving it. I want to see you be just a little bit quicker and a little bit more precise with where those rear leg placement is. I think from time to time we get that goat a little bit wide. He wants to hawk in a little. I want to see him stay within the plane of his body. Don't go too far outside of his body when you go to set his back leg. Again though, awesome in terms of body positioning, chain control, in motion and standing still. Those two I think are second to none in here in terms of how they control their goat's head and neck. Young lady in 3 does a great job with her body. She does a great job knowing where feet and legs need to be, always knows where I am, and does a great job managing the ring. My biggest hang up is I think that goat needs to bounce forward just a little bit. We need a little bit more length and extension to help him stay leveler in his top line. And I think we need to lift up on his head just a little bit more. When he slacks down into the top of his shoulder, we have about 2 inches of neck we're not showing off. I want to see you lift on his head just like that, just a little bit more in order to run with those first 2. Young lady in 4 does a good job as well. Again, body positioning, hand placement, all very good. I think she bounces that goat a little too far. Opposite problem of the young lady in 3. When we get him too extended, he looks like he's a little easy in his top line. We need to keep him a little bit closer together. He wants to lock out on his back leg every so often. I want to keep that up underneath him just a little bit more. Very smooth, very consistent, always does a good job. I thought this pair here was close, between 5 and 6. Young lady in 5, I don't love just how that goat's neck gets positioned. When you get in front like that, which is good, it kind of shoves his head back and it gives him a little weird look here from the front third of his body. I want to see that come out instead of going back into him just a little bit, and I think that changes the goat. You do an excellent job of setting feet and legs, always keeping them level, always having a good handle on the brace. Thought we just needed to get his neck up and out just a little bit more. Young lady in 6, again, great job on head control. I like how she gets in front of that goat. We set her a little too wide for me. I'd like to see you set her within the plane of her body just a bit more. And I want to see you drive just a little bit harder, especially when I come touch them. I want to see you get into them just a little bit more. This 6 was, I thought, excellent in terms of head control, body positioning, and that was the biggest things that separated the group that went ahead and left earlier. But please give these 6 young ladies a big round of applause. They did an excellent job today.
Your champion senior showman this year goes to Morgan Hernandez from Buda 4-H. Once again, the buckle was sponsored by Tommy Dodd Memorial Buyers Group. Next up, we'll have intermediate showman entering the ring. This will be first call for junior showmanship. First call, junior showmanship. Be making your way to the staging area. Attention in the barn. The lamb weight breaks will be posted between 1 and 2 o'clock. Lamb weight breaks will be posted between 1 and 2 o'clock. This will be second call for junior showmanship. Second call, junior showmanship.
Very good set here in our intermediates. And again, I go through and I just tell them a few things that I like about what they're doing and try to give them a few pointers and maybe things that we can improve upon, whether we're showing next year or we're showing down the road at a major show. I know these goats still have a little bit of option in terms of where they want to go. And so I want to encourage the kids, even if your goat's not acting how he's supposed to and not performing the way that you've been practicing at home, it's important to just go out and try anyway and to have a good attitude. And so I compliment this group for doing a good job with that. For me, it comes down to the trio of young men here in the middle of the ring. I spoke to the young man here with the yellow-headed doe kid and told him one of the things I like is that he gets into that goat a little bit harder when I come and drive, when I come and handle her, and that really helps her, and it helps her handle. But I think over time, the longer she stands there, the more she relaxes, and I think we can just keep a little bit more pressure in her, and that's going to help her look better from the profile. Young man here in the middle does a good job with his body positioning. That's a really big goat, and he's hard to control and hard to handle, and I think he did a good job of that. I wanted to see him be a little bit more particular about where that goat's back feet were set. Wanted to see him get just a little bit more in front of that wether as well. And then the young man in the pink here, what we talked about was not letting that goat overdrive. When we keep that goat's head rocked back and we keep everything where it's supposed to, it all comes together with a really good look. He does a great job with body positioning, does a great job walking that goat as well. When we come back around, after we had our discussion, that goat looks the best he's looked the whole time. So that's our champion intermediate there. Please give him a big round of applause.
Champion intermediate show person is J.W. Hernandez from Buda 4-H. This will be third and final call for junior showmanship. Third and final call for junior showmanship. I also, up here at the announcer stand, I still have this little silver ring that is not a total ring. It is separated up at the top. If you have missing a ring, we've got it up here at the announcer stand. This will be first call, Pee Wee showmanship. First call for Pee Wee showmanship. Make your way to the holding pen.
Excellent set of junior showmen here. And again, we go through and we just visit a little bit about things that we're doing really well and things that we can maybe improve upon. And so when it boils down to this age group, I was really impressed with this whole crew for just their demeanor, how calm they are. None of them get too worked up about anything, and yet they still show that they care the whole time they're in here. They're still working. They're always trying to get things a little bit better. I think it comes down to one, to me, that does the best combination of walking the goat and still getting the goat braced and presented how it's supposed to be. At times we have some that aren't driving hard enough. We have some that are maybe driving a little too hard at times. We have some that don't quite get the head and neck where it needs to be when we're in motion. And so to me, I think the best blend of it all and just all the things that we're looking for is the young lady here in the middle. She's gonna be your champion today.
Okay. Your junior showman goes to Miss Nora Vance from Dripping Springs. Congratulations, Nora. This will be last call for Pee Wee showmanship. Last call for Pee Wee showmanship. Please come to the ring. I failed to announce that the intermediate showmanship buckle today was donated by the Bridges family in memory of Wayne Bridges. We appreciate their support in supporting these young people of Hays County.
Super fun set here of our Pee Wee showman. We got a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 7-year-old, and I think it's kind of funny to see them stair step in size and also their progression, which is how comfortable they are around their goats. I think all three of them do a good job in motion and controlling their head and neck and knowing where they're supposed to be. Pretty good for 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, and so I'm really impressed with the quality of all three of them. I think one that maybe his partners acted a little better out here in showmanship than he did earlier in the day, but one that just does a little bit better job of putting it all together and presenting his goat today is the young man in the back. He's going to be our champion, so please give him a big round of applause.
Get his name, Nolan. Your Clover Showmanship winner is Court Randig. Congratulations, Court. The Junior Showmanship Buckle today was sponsored by the Backyard Cowboys Buyers Group, and our Clover Showmanship Buckle was sponsored by the Backyard Cowboys Buyers Group. Congratulations to the winners. This concludes our 2026 Hays County Goat Show. We will have the Lamb Show starting at approximately 3 p.m. 3 p.m. on your Lamb Show.